सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान श्री गौरी साई श्रीमती राधा रानी की Acharya Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Jai Vishnupada Paramahamsa Parivajika Acharya Astu Saraswati Shri Srimad Divine Grace Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada ki Jai. Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki Jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki Jai. Prem se kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktivedanta ki Jai. Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shyam Kund Radha Kundiri Govardhan ki Jai. Rajbhumi Shri Vrindavan Dham ki Jai. Mayapur Navadvip Dham ki Jai. Tam Kshetra Jagannath Puri Dham ki Jai. Ramai ki Jai. Namai ki Jai. Bhakti Devi ki Jai. Srimati Tulsi Maharani ki Jai. Dekha Bhaktivinoda ki Jai. Radhashtami Mahamahotsav ki Jai. Hari Naam Sankirtan ki Jai. Jai Nitai Gaur Premanande.
Kashi Bhuva Hare Krishna! Hare Krishna! Hare Krishna! So on behalf of Bhaktivedanta Manor, I'd like to welcome everyone for the morning program. On this very, very special occasion on Sunday, 4th of September 2022, on this special day, Radhashtami! So I say, very, very special day here for us today here at Bhaktivedanta Manor. I'd like to just read out a couple of prayers to Srimati Radharani, so that she can benedict us, and in that way we can swim in her nectar and in love for Krishna. So she says, the prayer goes like this. This is from the Radhikashtava by Srila Rupa Goswami. O Radha, O beloved of Madhava, O you who are worshipped by all the young girls of Gokula, all glories unto you, all glories unto you. O you who dress yourself in such a way as to increase Lord Damodar's love and attachment for you. O Queen of Vrindavan, which is the pleasure grove of Lord Hari. O new moon, who has arisen from the ocean of King Vrishabhanu. O friend of Lalita, O you who make Vishaka loyal to you due to your wonderful qualities of friendliness, kindness, and faithfulness to Krishna. O you who are filled with compassion, O you whose divine characteristics are described by the great sages Sanaka and Sanatana. O Radha, please be merciful unto me. Srimati Radharani ki jai. And also there's a little pastime I'd like to just read out to you. So one time Nanda Baba and Yashoda Mai lived in Nandagaon, and Rishabhanu and Kirtida Mai lived in Barsana, Raval. These two families were close friends. When Rishabhanu Maharaj went to take a bath before sunrise, he saw a big light in the pool. When he went near, he saw this golden light was coming from a 1,000-petaled lotus flower. After taking a closer look, he realized that the light was coming from a beautiful girl inside the lotus. Rishabhanu Maharaj was really happy to see that girl. At that time, Brahmaji appeared and gave him many, many blessings. You had done many penances to get the inner power of the Lord Shri Krishna in the form of a daughter. That is why you have received Srimati Radharani. In that, the girl Srimati Radharani, in that form of a daughter. Now you take her home and nurture her with love. Rishabhanu Maharaj brought Radharani home, but after realizing that the girl neither opens her eyes nor speaks, Rishabhanu Maharaj and Kirtida was filled with sorrow. Then Narada Muniji came there and told him to celebrate the Kanya Utsav. Rishabhanu Maharaj does the same and organizes a grand festival where Nanda Baba, Yashoda Mai, Balaram and their young kids Krishna and Balaram also came to be part of that festival. And slowly, as Nanda Maharaj and Yashoda Mai and Rishabhanu and Kirtida Mai were discussing this issue that they were facing with Radharani, little Krishna was crawling across onto the cot where Radharani was sleeping. He tapped the cot and he climbed up to the cot and he gently just touched her. She opened her eyes and started gurgling and then started crying to announce to everybody that she had arrived. So like that, this pastime, a very, very beautiful pastime that was played out in Raval, where Srimati Radharani and Krishna first saw each other. Srimati Radharani ki jai! So we have a very, very special festival aligned for you today also, here at Bhaktivedanta Manor. So the schedule for this morning is slightly different, very, very slightly different. So we'll have Mangal Arti now, which will start at 4:30 a.m., which will go into Tulsi Puja shortly, and then there'll be Japa period until 7 a.m., where we'll have Guru Puja. Guru Puja, followed that, we'll have a wonderful deity greeting on this special occasion from 7:30 till 8. There'll be deity greeting and kirtan. And then there'll be a wonderful class. Today's class will be given by a special Radhashtami class given by His Holiness Chandramuni Maharaj. And then after that, at 9 p.m. or 9:15 p.m. in the temple room, class will be in the temple room also. There'll be an abhishek. So devotees are requested to come and stay here for the abhishek. And then also, there's a special opportunity, just like we offered some prayers. There's a very, very special opportunity today to offer a gift to Radharani. So if you haven't got a gift, you want to purchase a gift at 7 a.m., there'll be a table at the reception next door. You can purchase a small gift and offer that to Srimati Radharani. So that's going to be there also. Then at 10:30 a.m., we will be going to Jagannath Rath Yatra. So today is a double celebration. We have London Rath Yatra today, as well as Radhashtami. So devotees who want to go to Rath Yatra and are still interested to go to Rath Yatra, I believe there are 2 coaches going from here at 10:30 a.m. I believe also that there's tickets still available for the coaches, purchasable from the reception also, like that. Srimati Radharani ki Jai. Radhashtami Mahamotsav ki Jai. So now we'll offer our obeisances to Srimati Tulsi Maharani. Oh, sorry, there's also in the afternoon, there's Bhagavad Gita class here in the temple room. The 1 p.m. Bhagavad Gita class will be given by His Grace Godruma Bihari Prabhu. And the 6 p.m. Bhagavad Gita class will be given by Bhakta David Prabhu. Follow that, there'll be a Gora Arti and a wonderful Sunday evening kirtan to finish the day. Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Srimati Tulsi Maharani ki Jai. Shri Vrindaye Tulsi Devyai Priyai Kesavasicha Vishnu Bhakti Pade Devi Sativataye Namo Namaha. Vrindaye Tulsi Devyaye Priyaye Kesavasicha Vishnu Bhakti Pade Devi Sativataye Namo Namaha. Vrindaye Tulsi Devyaye Priyaye Kesavasicha Vishnu Bhakti Pade Devi Sativataye Namo Namaha. Srimati Tulsi Maharani Vinda Devi ki Jai.
Namo Namaha Tulasi Krishna Prayasi Namo Namaha Hare Cha Vishnu Bhakti Padre Satyavachay Namo Namaha
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram
Vishnu
Hare
Bhakti
Ram
Padre
Hare Krishna Krishna
Vishnu Bhakti Padre Satyavachay Namo
Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
I bow before
Hare
you
Ram
again and
Hare
again.
Ram
My desire is to attain the service of
Hare
Sri
Krishna
Sri Radha and
Krishna
Krishna.
Krishna
Whoever takes shelter of me
Hare
has his
Ram
wishes
Hare Ram
fulfilled.
Ram
Bestowing your mercy upon him.
Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
My desire is that you will
Hare
also
Ram
grant me
Hare
the
Ram
blessings
Ram
of
Ram
Sri
Hare
Radha.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Ram Ram
Make me your own maid
Hare
servant.
Krishna
This very poor and lowly
Krishna
servant of
Hare
Krishna
Hare
prays.
Ram
May I always swim in the love of Sri Sri Radha
Hare
and
Krishna
Govinda.
Krishna
Shrimati Tulsi
Hare
Maharaj
Hare
ki
Ram
jai.
Ram Ram
Now let us offer our
Hare
respectful
Krishna
obeisances
Krishna
to all the
Krishna
Vaishnava
Hare
devotees
Hare
of the Lord.
Hare Ram
Who
Hare
fulfill
Ram
his eyes for
Ram
everyone
Ram
just like his eyes
Hare
choose.
Krishna
And full of compassion for all the poor and
Hare
needy
Hare
souls.
Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna
One should chant the
Hare
holy
Krishna
names
Krishna
of the Lord in
Krishna
the
Krishna
mind,
Hare Hare
thinking
Hare
oneself
Ram
Lord and
Hare
destroying
Ram
the street.
Ram
One should be more tolerant
Hare
and
Krishna
free, for in
Krishna
all sense
Krishna
of
Krishna
force
Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Ram
in such a state of mind,
Hare
one can
Krishna
chant the holy names
Krishna
of the Lord.
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Hare
There are
Ram
10
Hare
offenses
Ram
before you
Ram
cannot
Ram
chant the holy names
Hare
of the
Krishna
Lord. They
Krishna
are as
Krishna
follows.
Krishna Hare
One,
Hare Hare
to
Ram
blaspheme the
Hare
devotees
Ram
who have
Ram
dedicated their
Ram
lives for propagating
Hare
the holy
Krishna
names of the Lord.
Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Consider the names
Hare
of
Ram
demigods
Hare
like Lord
Ram
Shiva,
Ram
Lord
Ram
Rama,
Hare
equal to
Hare
the
Krishna
names
Krishna
of
Krishna
Vishnu.
Krishna Hare 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 Ram
Disobey
Hare
the
Ram
orders of the
Ram
sages of
Ram
us.
Hare Hare
Four,
Hare Krishna
blaspheme the
Krishna
lady,
Krishna
treasures,
Krishna Hare Hare
treasures, and
Hare
sins of the
Ram
lady
Hare
Virgin.
Ram 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 Hare Hare
Consider the
Hare
glories
Krishna
of chanting Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
deep
Hare Hare
imagination.
Hare Ram Hare
To
Ram
give some
Ram Ram
interpretation
Hare
of the holy
Hare
names of the
Krishna
Lord.
Krishna Krishna
To
Krishna
commit
Hare
sinful
Hare
activities
Hare
for the
Ram
strength of
Hare
chanting
Ram
the holy
Ram
names of the
Ram
Lord.
Hare 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 Krishna
Consider the
Krishna
chanting of
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare Hare
as one of the
Hare
auspicious
Ram
teachings
Ram Ram Ram
offered the Vedas and
Hare
spiritual
Krishna
activities
Krishna 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 Hare Hare
9.
Hare Ram
Instruct the
Hare
ageless
Ram
persons
Ram
about the
Ram
glories of
Hare
the holy name.
Hare Krishna Krishna
Do not
Krishna
have
Krishna
complete
Hare
faith in
Hare
chanting the
Hare
holy
Ram
name,
Hare
and
Ram
to meditate
Ram
in
Ram
children
Hare
passions.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Shri
Hare Hare
Harinam
Hare
Prabhu
Ram
ki
Hare
jai.
Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Krishna Standing there like it's going to be activities. While we also can stand now.
There's two.
Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jai Srila Prabhupada. Jai Prabhupada, Jai Srila Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jai Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Shri Guru Radhanath Padma Kevala Bhakti Sadma. Jai Prabhupada. Shri Guru Radhanath Padma Kevala Bhakti Sadma. Deva Bhakti Prabhu Koda Toya Teha More Bhadra Jaya. Vyas Kusa Kripo Handhai. Vyas Kusa Kripo Handhai. Prabhu Kora Joya. Deha More Bhadra Jaya. Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana. Hey, Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana. Tuipate Loyalo Charanha. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminati Namine Prabhupada. Namaste Saraswati Devi Ehodamani Pacharine and here it says ha Sunyamadi Pasyatyare Arine Bhagavan Sunyamadi Namaste Saraswati Devi Ehodamani Pacharine and here it says ha Sunyamadi Pasyatyare Arine Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasari Gaur Bhaktivedanta Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhaktivedanta Chaitanya Nityananda Gaur Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhaktivedanta Chaitanya Nitai Gaur Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Advaita Chandu Jai Gaur Bhaktivedanta Hey Jai Advaita Chandu Jai Gaur Bhaktivedanta Jai Jai Sri Chaitanya Jai Nityananda Jai Jai Sri Chaitanya Jai Nityananda Advaita Chandra Jai Gaur Bhaktivedanta Hey Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Rama Hare Hare Hey Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Rama Hare Hare Gauranga Hey Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Rama Hare Hare Gauranga Hey Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Rama Hare Hare Hey Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Gauranga Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Gauranga Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Gauranga Hey Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Rama Hare Hare Krishna Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Rama Hare Hare Gauranga Hey Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Rama Hare Hare Oh Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Gauranga Jai Shri Radhe Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Rama Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Ram Rama Hare Hare Hey Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Rama Hare Hare Hey Govinda Jai Jai Gopal Jai Jai Govinda Jai Jai Gopal Jai Jai Govinda Jai Jai Gopal Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jai Jai Hey Hey As we say Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jai Jai Oh Govinda Jai Jai Gopala Jaya Jaya Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya Govinda Jai Jai Gopal Jai Jai Govinda Jai Jai Gopal Jai Jai Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh, Radhe Radhe Radhe, Jai 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 Shri Radhe. Ram Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Gauranga. Nitai Gaur Hari Bho, Hari Bho, Hari Bho, Hari Bho. Radha Gokulananda Radhe. Sri Sri Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda Radhe. Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Shri Radhe. Jaya Radhe, 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 Jaya Shri Radhe. Prabhupada, Prabhupada.
Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada.
Jaya Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Radha. Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Radha. Jai Radhe, 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 Radhe. Radha Rani ki jai, Maharani ki jai. Radha Rani ki jai, Maharani ki jai. Varsana Bali ki jai jai jai. Bolo Varsana Bali ki jai jai jai. Radha Rani ki jai, Maharani ki jai. Radha Rani ki jai, Maharani ki jai. Bolo Varsana Bali ki jai jai jai. Bolo Varsana Bali ki jai jai jai. Radha Rani ki jai, Maharani ki jai. Radha Rani ki jai, Maharani ki jai. Bolo Varsana Bali ki jai jai jai. Bolo Varsana Bali ki jai jai jai. Radha Rani ki jai, Maharani ki jai. Radha Rani ki jai, Maharani ki jai. Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitagor, Hari Bol. Nitagor, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Gor, Hari Bol. Jaya Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Shri Radhe. Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Radhe. Jai Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman. Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman. Hey! Jai Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman. Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman. Jaya Ghodani Tai, Ghodani Tai, Ghodani Tai, Jai, Ghodani Tai, Jai. Jaya Ghodani Tai, Ghodani Tai, Ghodani Tai, Jaya Ghodani Tai. Maharani ki jai. Maharani ki jai.
Tamaham bhajami Govindam Hari Purusham Tamaham bhajami Govindam Hari Purusham Tamaham bhajami Venam Kanvam
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Shri Radha Gokulananda ki. So now would request everyone to take a seat, and all together we shall recite the Radhika Stava, some beautiful prayers in glorification of Srimati Radhika, and beg her for mercy on this auspicious day of her appearance. Srimati Radhika ki. O Radha, O beloved of Madhava, O you who are worshipped by all the young girls of Gokul, all glories unto you, all glories unto you. Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Dhaite. Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Gokula Taruni Mandala Mahite. Gokula Taruni Mandala Mahite. You who dress yourself in such a way as to increase Lord Damodar's love and attachment for you, O Queen of Vrindavan, which is a pleasure grove of Lord Hari. Damodararati Vardhana Veshe Hari Nishkuta Vrindavi Pineshe. Damodararati Vardhana Veshe Hari Nishkuta Vrindavi Pineshe. Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Gokula Taruni Mandala Mahite. Gokula Taruni Mandala Mahite. O new moon that has arisen from the ocean of King Vrishabhanu, O friend of Lalita, O you who make Vishaka loyal to you due to your wonderful qualities of friendliness, kindness, and faithfulness to Krishna. Vrishabhanu Dadi Navashaki Leke Lalita Saki Gunaramita Vishake. Vrishabhanu Nadi Navashashi Leke Lalita Saki Gunaramita Vishake. Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Gokula Taruni Mandala Mahite. Gokula Taruni Mandala Mahite. O you who are filled with compassion, O you whose divine characteristics are described by the great sages Sanaka and Sanatan, O Radha, please be merciful to me. O Radha, please be merciful to me. Karunam Kuru Maye Karuna Bharite Chanaka Sanatana Vanita Charite. Karunam Karumaye Karuna Bharite Shanaka Sanatana Vanita Charite. One more. Karunam Kurumaye Karuna Bharite Sanaka Sanatana Vanita Charite. Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Gokula Taruni Mandala Mahite. Gokula Taruni Mandala Mahite. Gokula Nanda Radhe, Gokula Nanda Radhe. 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 Radhe Radhe Radhe, Gokula Nanda Radhe. Radhe Radhe Radhe, Gokula Nanda Radhe. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Radhe Radhe Radhe, Gokula Nanda Radhe. Radhe Radhe Radhe, Jai 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 Shri Radhe. Gokula Nanda Radhe, Gokula Nanda Radhe. Gokula Nanda Radhe, Gokula Nanda Radhe. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Jai Nanda Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda Radha Gokula Nanda Radha Gokula Nanda Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda Radha Gokula Nanda Radha Gokula Nanda Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda Radha Gokula Nanda Radha Gokula Nanda Shri Radhe. Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Shri Radhe. Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Shri Radhe. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Shishi Radha Gokula Nanda Ke Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman Shishi Gaura Nitai Ke Shrimati Radha Rani Ke Shrimati Radha Rani Ke Shrimati Radha Rani Mama Utsava Ke Srila Prabhupada Ke Janitai Gaura Premanande. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Shrimati Radharani ki. So on this auspicious day, on this wonderful festival day, we'll be graced by His Holiness Chandramoli Maharaj, who will be giving us a wonderful talk. His Holiness Chandramoli Maharaj ki. So Maharaj has come to join us on this wonderful occasion and is going to give us a deep meditation on Srimati Radhika and how we can deepen our devotion to her and to Krishna and to expanding our mission of chanting and sharing Krishna consciousness to the rest of the world. So we shall listen to this wonderful class. It shall be here in the temple room. So please do stay along and then the program shall continue. Srila Prabhupada ki. So we're going to stand up and we'll set up around here. So devotees are encouraged to move to the back sides. Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. You guys are too amazing. Yeah, of course. How are you guys heading down? And do you have space? Yeah, if there's no space, we make it just up here. That's after our art. Will you stay for the art? Yeah, so stay for the art. Oh, I need to stand up. Yeah. I can see myself.
Krishna! Hare Krishna! Devotees, please take your seats for the class to start as we are on a schedule. Because there's two festivals today. There's Rath Yatra as well as Radhashtami. So please take your seats. Thank you.
I'm going to need a particular book. Chaitanya Charitamrita Adi Leela Volume 1. Which is
Volume 1. Garland, he already took it off. I took it off. I don't know. He gave it to Radha. Passed on the car. Right. He took it. Yeah. He's staying here.
Hare Krishna. So begin by chanting Jai Radha Madhava. Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Kunja Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Kunja Bihari Gopi Dhanavabha Giri Bhava Gopi Dhanavallabha Giri Vardhanya Yesuranandana Gajadhanja Yasodanandana Gajadanandana Jamunatira Hevan Jamunatira Hevan Yasodanandana Gajadanandana Jamunatira Hevan Jamunatira Hevan Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihaya Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihaya Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Harinam Sankirtan ki jai, Jagannath Rath Yatra ki jai. Don't want to forget that part. So, this is a particular class every year that causes me great fright. At the same time, great happiness, because I know I'm not at all even close to trying to speak on this particular subject matter. But by the mercy of Radharani, maybe we can say something. Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gauda Bhaktivedanta Jaya Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gauda Bhaktivedanta Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gaur Bhaktivedanta Hey Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gaur Bhaktivedanta Chaitanya Charinamrita Charitamrita not Charinamrita. Close anyway. It's both sweet anyway. They both have flowing sweetness. So this is Adi Lila, chapter 4, verse number 55, and then 56 will be the class. So, and this is the famous verse that's quoted quite often, describing Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu as a combination of Shri Radha and Krishna in one. So I don't know if we can do anything in response here, but let's try. Radha Krishna Pranay Vrikti Haladni Shakti Asman Ekatmana Vapi Bhuvi Purva Deha Beta Gato To Chaitanya Kyam Prakatam Maduna Tadayam Chakyam Aptam Radha Bhavi Duti Suvalitam Nami Krishna Surupam. Translation: the loving affairs of Sri Radha and Krishna are transcendental manifestations of the Lord's internal pleasure-giving potency. Although Radha and Krishna are one in their identity, they separated themselves eternally. Now these two transcendental identities have again united in the form of Sri Krishna Chaitanya. I bow down to him who has manifested himself with the sentiment and complexion of Srimati Radharani, although he is Krishna himself. So Prabhupada gives a two-line purport. This text is from the diary of Srila Sarup Damodar Goswami. It appears as the fifth of the first 14 verses of Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita. Verse number 56. Radha Krishna Eka Atma Dui Dehadari Anyonya Vilasa Rasa Asvadanakari. Radha Krishna Eka Atma Dui Dehadari Anyonya Vilasa Rasa Asvadanakari. Radha Krishna Eka Atma Dui Dehavdari Anyonya Vilasa Rasa Asvadanakari. Anyone would like to try?
Radha Krishna Eka Atma Dui Dehadari Radha Krishna Eka Atma Dui Dehadari Anyonya Vilashi Rasha Asvadhanakari Anyonya Vilashi Rasha Asvadhanakari Radha Krishna Eka Atma Dui Dehadari Radha Krishna Eka Atma Dui Dehadari
Any ladies would like to try? Radha Krishna Eka Atma Dui Dehadari Anyone else? Radha Krishna Eka Atma Dui Dehadari Radha Krishna. Radha and Krishna. Eka, one. Atma, self. Dui, two. Deha, bodies. Dari, assuming. Anyonye, one another. Vilase, they enjoy. Rasa, the mellows of love. Asvadanakari, tasting. Translation: Radha and Krishna are one and the same, but they have assumed two bodies. Thus they enjoy each other, tasting the mellows of love. Purport: The two transcendentalists, Radha and Krishna, are a puzzle to the materialist. The above description of Radha and Krishna from the diary of Srila Sarup Damodar Goswami is a condensed explanation. But one needs great spiritual insight to understand the mysteries of these two personalities. One is enjoying in two. Sri Krishna is the potent factor, and Srimati Radharani is the internal potency. According to Vedanta philosophy, there is no difference between the potent and the potency. They are identical. We cannot differentiate between one and the other any more than we can separate fire from heat. Everything in the absolute truth is inconceivable in relative existence. Therefore, in relative awareness, it is very difficult to assimilate this truth of the oneness between the potent and the potency. The philosophy of inconceivable oneness and difference propounded by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is the only source of understanding for such intricacies of transcendence. In fact, Radharani is the internal potency of Krishna, and she eternally intensifies the pleasures of Krishna. Impersonalists cannot understand this without the help of Mahabhagavat devotee. The very name Radha suggests that Srimati Radharani is the topmost mistress of the comforts of Sri Krishna. As such, she is the medium of transmitting the living entity's service to Sri Krishna. Devotees in Vrindavan therefore seek the mercy of Srimati Radharani in order to be recognized as loving servitors of Sri Krishna. Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu personally approaches the fallen conditioned souls of the age to deliver the highest principle of transcendental relationship with the Lord. The activities of Lord Chaitanya are primarily in the role of the pleasure-given portion of his internal potency. The absolute personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna, is the omnipotent form of transcendental existence, knowledge and bliss in full. His internal potency is exhibited first as sat, or existence, or in other words, as the same potency displays full knowledge, it is called chit, or samvit, which expands the transcendental forms of the Lord. Finally, when the same potency plays as pleasure-giving medium, it is known as ladini, or the transcendental blissful potency. Thus, the Lord manifests his internal potency in three transcendental divisions. Om Gyan Timidandasya Gyana Jana Salakaya Chaksun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimakti Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharine Nirvisesa Sunyavari Pastyatya Desatarine Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Sivasati Gaur Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So Radha and Krishna are actually one, but they have separated themselves in order to enjoy transcendental loving exchange. And this is the highest understanding of the activities of the absolute truth, that the Lord is the manifestation of all expansions and energies that come in various forms with various, energies in order to facilitate his different desires, both in the material realm and the spiritual realm. But in the highest aspects of that, in the spiritual realm, it's about loving exchange between the Lord and his parts and parcels. In this case, the Lord is actually exchanging with his most intimate part of his own self as he expands himself in his different energies, one for knowledge. By that energy, he knows everything. One for maintenance, he knows everything, he knows how everything is going on everywhere. but one for pleasure. The pleasure-giving potency is the essence of life, because each and every one of us are always looking for pleasure. As Srila Prabhupada would say, the goal of life is to experience pleasure. And that is the internal nature of the soul's existence. Activities that we perform, ultimately we desire to lead to some type of pleasure. And therefore, whatever we do, or how we live in our life, is centered around giving ourselves pleasure and maybe pleasure to others also. So everything centers around that. And Radharani is that manifestation of the highest pleasure potency in existence. And that has nothing to do with the apparent activities of the conditioned souls in this material world who seek pleasure through the mind, through the senses, through the intelligence. And in that type of pleasure, as it says in the Bhagavad Gita, it simply leads to suffering. But Radharani manifests herself as Bhakti Devi, and she is the manifestation of pure devotional service to Krishna. And there are many manifestations that spring from that energy of pure devotional service, but she is the perfection of that, and the source of that also. Not only the perfection, but she is the source of all pleasure coming on the spiritual platform. Therefore, it says that any pleasure that you can experience in your existence with Krishna is simply a drop of the unlimited ocean of pleasure that exists, and as Srimati Radharani. She is Bhakti Devi in the complete sense of the word. And there are many verses that explain that Krishna cannot find pleasure anywhere except through Radharani. He enjoys pleasure with other living entities, but that really is to give pleasure to the other living entities. And he's also enjoying in that pleasure, because in that exchange of love based on service with the desire to please, there is that element of exchange that gives happiness, pleasure, satisfaction to the soul. But with Radharani, it's a complete different experience. In that relationship with him, he enjoys unlimitedly. And if there is some reason why he can't experience that pleasure, he thinks that everything else is useless. There's one verse where he says, I look around at everything, and without Radharani, nothing has any value. So what is he speaking from? The ecstasy of love for Srimati Radharani. And she manifests herself in many forms of herself, because Krishna has an unlimited desire to experience pleasure. So it mentions that she expands herself as the gopis of Vrindavan. They are all her, what we say, energies that are actually coming from her. She is the source of all the gopis. She is the source of all the Lakshmis in Vaikuntha. She is the source of all the queens in Vrindavan, in Dwarka. So we see that Krishna in his different manifestations will enjoy pleasure with different female counterparts, which are all expansions of Srimati Radharani. So her volume of service to Krishna is unlimited. Therefore, when we try to understand Srimati Radharani, we just have to keep quiet, because we can't say anything. It's not possible. And Prabhupada used to say that. He would say, there's two things you can never understand, no one will ever understand, it's not possible to understand, and that is Radharani's love for Krishna and Krishna's qualities, which attracts Radharani's love. And that love manifests itself in different aspects of itself in order to, facilitate the pleasure of Krishna. And on this particular day, we understand the mercy manifestation of Krishna, because it's mentioned here, and it's also mentioned so many places, that without the mercy of Radharani, one cannot get the mercy of Krishna. It's not possible. Therefore, we beg and pray and somehow or other try to please Srimati Radharani, so by her mercy, then the conditioned souls can actually get a opportunity to connect with Krishna in loving devotional service. Therefore, the spiritual master, as it's mentioned in the Chaitanya Charitamrita at the very beginning, is either a manifestation of the internal energy of Srimati Radharani or the manifestation of the internal energy of Nityananda. Both the spiritual masters who come in that form in order to perform the service of uplifting the conditioned souls and engaging them in devotional service represent either one of these two categories, and sometimes a combination of both. So in that, Radharani manifests her love or her energy through that spiritual master. And when one pleases the spiritual master, one gets the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And by getting the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, one can enter into the mood of Vrindavan. And what is that mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu? That is the chanting of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama. Golokera, Premadana, Harinam, Sankirtan, Ratin Jan Milokena Upai. That this chanting of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra has nothing to do with anything in the three worlds. It is actually the pure spiritual energy which enchants the entire spiritual world, where Radha and Krishna dance together under to the chanting of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. And so it is a very, what we say, powerful and very available manifestation of the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, which qualifies one. Therefore it says that when one develops, and this is the important point, one develops ruchi, or a sweet taste for chanting the holy name of the Lord. I was just remembering, I was at the Birmingham Kirtan Mela. I think it was back in the weekend of July 9 and 10 here in Birmingham. And then I had met this one lady who I know. She's from South London. And she came up to me and she said, "Maharaj, I want your blessings. I want to chant 64 rounds a day." I said, it's not something you just say, "Oh yeah, okay," you can't. The blessings have to also match the qualification. So I said, and I said, "Well, that's a big, vrata to 64 rounds a day." She said, "Well, I'm chanting 32 rounds a day already. I've been doing it for years. But now I want to chant more." And then she started to cry. That really works, Helps to get the blessings. So she started to cry. And then what she was expressing, she said, "Now I know everything is in the holy name." I've been experiencing my chanting, and I'm so happy to chant. I just want to chant more. And she said, all I want to do is chant. That's all she said. I said, "Whatever blessings I can give you, you can have it." And so she was actually on that platform of tasting the sweetness of the chanting of the holy name. She just wanted to chant more and more and more. So the Maha Mantra is actually Radha and Krishna come in the form of transcendental sound vibration. Hare is the vocative, the calling. And so before we can actually approach Krishna, we call to Krishna in the form of his pleasure potent, Srimati Radharani. Say, "Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare." So someone asked Prabhupada, what does Rama mean? Who does it refer to? Does that refer to Ramchandra? Prabhupada said yes. Does it refer to Balaram? Prabhupada said yes. Does it refer to Krishna? Prabhupada said yes. So, but for those who have the mood of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's bhakti, it actually refers to Krishna in the sense that it's Radhika Raman. Radhika Raman. So when we chant the Hare Krishna mantra, following the mood of the Brajabasis, we're actually chanting Radha and Krishna throughout the entire mantra. This is the sweetness or the essence or the esoteric meaning for those who have that mood of Braj. Sweet. Well, I'd like to speak a little bit about Srimati Radharani's appearance. It's a very sweet, very concise little pastime. I think it's appropriate that we honor her appearance in the world. And she's appeared in different millenniums accordingly. And one time, Srila Prabhupada, he was giving a lecture on Radharani's appearance day. And he said, and King Vrishabhanu, the father of Radharani, he was plowing the field. And as he was plowing the field, his plow hit this box. And he shook the dirt off, and it was a beautiful golden box. And he opened it up, and there was a beautiful little girl in there. And he took that girl and made it his daughter. And then we questioned Prabhupada. Prabhupada, that's Janaka finding Sita. He said, no. He said, Radharani comes in different forms, in different ways, and this is one way she appears. So that's interesting. But the common pastime that we all hear is Kirtida and Vrishabhanu, husband and wife, living in Raval at the time. They prayed from within our heart, please give us a child that is of your divine essence. And they performed austerities and prayed from within their heart. And then one day, Vrishabhanu was on the banks of the Jamuna, and he was there about to take his bath, but then he looked into the Jamuna and he saw this beautiful effulgence rising from the Jamuna river, and he couldn't understand what it was. It was just engulfing the entire atmosphere. At that time, Lord Brahma appeared to him. And then Brahma went immediately to that effulgence. And what it was a gigantic lotus flower that was floating on the Jamuna. And then Brahma looked inside, and there was a beautiful little tiny girl. And he picked up the girl and he brought it over to Vrishabhanu and said, here is the fulfillment of all your desires. She is the divine energy of the Supreme Lord. He didn't say her name. And Vrishabhanu was so satisfied and so happy. Immediately he wanted to give that happiness to his wife. He took the child home and explained, my dear wife, this is the fulfillment of all of our desires. The Supreme Lord has shown his mercy. We have a beautiful little girl as our child. And Kirtida was so happy. But there was one thing about the child. They noticed her eyes remained closed. She didn't open her eyes. And this went on for some time, and she didn't speak. She remained completely quiet. In fact, she didn't even make a sound. There was no sound, nothing. And they were thinking, is she blind? Maybe she can't speak. She's so beautiful. And so, we can't stop looking at her. And this went on for some time. Then one day, Narada Muni Bhajai Vina Radhika Ramana Namre. He comes carrying his Vina. He knows what's going on. He heard that the internal potency of the Supreme Lord has manifested in this area, in this realm of the earth. And so he came to the house of Vrishabhanu, and he was greeted very nicely, and then he said, "You have a child that was just recently born?" "Yes." "Can I?" "Yeah, you can see her. She's there in that cradle." He went over and he looked and he got ecstatic and he started dancing and singing. And Rishabhanu and his wife thinking, maybe he's been flying too much or needs a little break or something. He was just spinning around the cradle in ecstasy. He was so happy. And he started reciting verses from the Shastra. And then after that, he simply left. He got his darshan of Srimati Radharani. And later on, he composed the Narada Bhakti Sutras. And Srila Prabhupada, one of the first treatises or books that Prabhupada started to translate when he started his movement was the Narada Bhakti Sutras. That was even before the Nectar Devotion. That was back in 1967. And he started to, and he did 13 verses. And then he got the idea, I think I should deliver Nectar Devotion. And they didn't have much time, energy, or money at the time, so he switched and stopped. Later on, Satsrup Maharaj finished the book, Narada Bhakti Sutras. But that was Prabhupada's desire to give that book. But then he understood Nectar Devotion. And it's interesting because we hear that Srimad Bhagavatam is non-different than Krishna. And Chaitanya Charitamrita represents Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. But Nectar Devotion is the manifestation of Srimati Radharani. And this was stated by Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati. And Nectar Devotion is non-different than Radharani because it comprises the entire essence of pure devotional service. The essence, not the whole science. No one can comprise the whole science in one book. Even the Vedas can't even, all of their books together cannot describe pure devotional service. It's as limited, unlimited as Krishna himself. And so, Prabhupada said about Nectar Devotion, read it once, read it twice, read it thrice. He said, this book, once you understand this book, at least get a working knowledge of that book, and you know the whole science of how to execute devotional service, because it's a great science. It's the science of love, that love, how to awaken love for Krishna. And there's so many examples in there on how that's done by the eternal associates of Krishna. So now, Kirtida and Rishabhanu, they're happy with this beautiful baby, but they're thinking, no sound, doesn't look at anyone. But then they decided, let's have a festival and honor the appearance of the child into our life, and we'll call many of the villagers. So they did, and they wanted to have a nice festival to honor Radharani's appearance in their home. And they called Nanda Maharaj and Mother Yasoda, and they came. And Krishna was there also. And Krishna was not much older than Radharani. I think he's a year and 1 month older, something like that. Yeah. And so Krishna came, and he's just a little kid. And he, when he came into the house, he went right to the cradle, and he looked in. As soon as he looked in, she went. Much better than I did it, but she smiled and she opened her eyes, and the first thing she wanted to see was Krishna. In fact, that's all she wants to see, just Krishna. So she was so, pleased, and therefore she's known as Krishna Mai. She is Krishna externally, she is Krishna internally. There's a beautiful story, which is a pastime on the life of Jayadev Goswami. Jayadev Goswami was an author of many spiritual literatures, especially Radha Krishna's pastimes in Sri Vrindavan Dham. And he penned one particular book, which Prabhupada said, don't read. And that was Gita Govinda. It's the most deep and sweet and most intimate pastimes of Radha and Krishna in Vrindavan. It's not for, what we say, it's only for those devotees who are on the, what we say, the liberated platform, Rasika platform, that are fixed in the mood of Braj and are on the highest platform. Prabhupada said, we shouldn't read this book. You will not be able to understand. And you may also misinterpret. And so he's writing Gita Govinda. And then while he's writing, a thought comes into his mind. And the thought is, Lord Sri Krishna places his head at the lotus feet of Srimati Radharani. And then he's thinking, that doesn't sound right. Where'd that thought come from? But then he was thinking, no, Krishna is like, he is the source of everything. He is the greatest of all. Everyone worships Krishna. How can I write that? So he didn't write it. And he thought, all right, I'll continue to write. But when he decided to write, he couldn't write. Nothing came. His mind was blank. Turns to his wife, Padmavati. He said, Padmavati, I think it's time for prasadam. You prepare lunch. I'm going down to the Ganga for bathing, and I'll be back. And he was living in the area of Jagannath Puri at the time. And so she prepares lunch, and then Krishna takes the form of Jayadev, comes into the house of Jayadev, and sits down and acts like he's Jayadev, and he wants prasad. So Padmavati, thinking that's their husband, but it was actually Krishna, she serves him a meal. And Krishna's eating, and he's, happy. And he leaves some remnants, and then he gets up, and he goes over to his book, and he writes in the book, Krishna, Shri Krishna, places his head at the lotus feet of Srimati Radharani, turns around and leaves. And then the real Jayadev Swami comes into the house. He says to his wife, where's lunch? She says, what's wrong with you? Maybe that happens on our level too sometimes. So she said, you were just here, you just had lunch. He said, what do you mean? I'm just coming back from my bath. You were here. You took lunch and you got up and you wrote in your book. Go look over at your book. So he went over there and he saw Sri Krishna places his head at the lotus feet of Srimati Radharani. And when he read that, he understood. Krishna came in disguise and wrote that. So he said to his wife, you are so fortunate. You have served and also received the remnants of the prasadam of Sri Krishna. And he started to glorify his wife. So that's an interesting pastime because it just illustrates how there is Madan, Mohan, Mohini, right? And Madan, who's Madan? Madan is Cupid. Cupid works in this material world. He is the person who is the most popular. He attracts the conditioned souls to each other, the male to the female to the male. He goes with his arrows of love, and he goes, shoots that arrow, and oh, it's love. Love. Something like that, anyway. Everybody, they say, you fall in love. Something, there's something to it. I'm not an expert in these categories, but anyway. So anyway, Yeah, so Madan, he can attract anyone. Because that attracting feature is there, Prabhupada said. Just like we are naturally attracted to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, but we are covered due to our association with matter. But that natural attraction is there. He said just like the attraction in the material world between man and woman and man is natural. Nobody has to learn it. But there's a higher force, and that is Krishna. And Krishna is the attractor of one who is attracting everyone. He is Madan Mohan. And therefore he can attract those who are being attracted by Madan in the material world. And that means he can, when one gets attracted to Krishna, one loses their attraction for this material energy. In fact, that's the only way one can get free from the attraction of material energy is become attracted to Krishna. But that attraction is natural. So Krishna is even more powerful than Cupid because he can attract Cupid and he can attract all of Cupid's subjects. But then there's another person who is Madan Mohan Mohini, and that she attracts that person who attracts everyone, and that is Srimati Radharani. So she is the best of all. Attractive. And Prabhupada said she is very merciful. Just like on this particular day, we fast half a day, right? But on Janmashtami, we fast a whole day. So who's more merciful? Radharani ki jai, Maharani ki jai, Varsanavali ki jai, jai, jai. And Prabhupada said, it is natural. Mother is always more kinder than father. If you get, your father chastises you, run to your mother and she helps you. It's okay. The mother is more kind. So Prabhupada uses that. So she is our spiritual mother, and she awakens our attraction for Krishna. And when she shows her mercy, then we can engage in devotional service to Krishna. And Krishna, when he cannot refuse, if Radharani recommends someone. And Radharani is always trying to give pleasure to Krishna. And that is the essence of bhakti, is to try to give pleasure to Krishna. And how does she do that? In the spiritual world, she does that in one way, and through her different energies, she does it through the material world. In the material world, she inspires those who serve her to engage in preaching Krishna consciousness. So Prabhupada said preaching is in the rasa of Madhurya Ras. Book distribution is in the mood of Madhurya Ras, because it's bringing the conditioned souls to the Supreme Personality of Godhead and connecting them with that process of devotional service. And so that is the mood of the gopis, especially Srimati Radharani. Krishna wants to be with another gopi. And Radharani wants to be with Krishna, but she knows Krishna wants to be with another gopi, so she thinks Krishna should get the best service when he's with that other gopi. Therefore, I have to go to that other gopi and teach that gopi how to serve Krishna, how to please Krishna in the best way. And therefore, she goes, and she apparently sacrifices her own desire to be with Krishna in order to give pleasure to Krishna, who wants to be with another gopi. That's not always. That's sometimes. Sometimes when Krishna is with another gopi and Radharani is waiting for Krishna, she thinks, what's wrong? One time Krishna said, Radharani, we'll meet tonight. Yeah, okay. So, and they made a plan. So Radharani gets there first, and she's waiting and Krishna's not coming. He's not coming at all, and she's waiting and waiting. She's getting more impatient. Where's that rascal? And not coming. So Lalita comes and says, Radha, something wrong? Oh, I'm supposed to meet Krishna, and he's late. Now I've been waiting and waiting. I'll go find him. So Lalita goes. She's the trusted servant of Radharani. She's her friend, but she also serves Radharani. And she goes to the rival camp of the gopis, which is, there are two camps. There is the camp of Srimati Radharani and the camp of Chandravali. And there are two different moods. One is contrary and favorable, that's Radharani's camp, and when the other one is only favorable. In other words, in Chandravali, she also manifested herself as Rukmini in Dwarka. That mood is to serve Krishna in a very sweet way, and always be sweet and loving and obedient to Krishna. But with Radharani, sometimes she gets angry at Krishna. And Krishna likes that. If you want life to be exciting, you got to mix it up a little bit. If it's just, well, I don't know. I can't really say because I'm not expert in these things. But anyway, I heard anyway that if you want your marriage to be really exciting, you should have a fight every once in a while to keep things, keep things moving and going, and just, you get to know each other more. That's one of the reasons. But, the fight has to be with love. Without the love, then it's just a fight, and it's totally material. Or it's actually, divisive. So Radharani is in that mood, but she knows that Krishna likes that. So Lalita, she finds Krishna in the camp of Chandravali with another gopi. Ah, you rascal! You were supposed to be with my master. Now look, and she runs. Oh, she's headed back to Radharani. Krishna said, "Oh no, now I'm in trouble." So he's following behind. She tells Radharani, but Krishna arrives just right after that, and she immediately says, "You rascal! I don't want to talk to you. Go away." She doesn't want to have anything to do with him. And she goes really deep into her anger. She says, she's got a blue sari. She says, "I'm going to throw that blue sari away because it reminds me of Krishna." Her bird cage, she has a blue bird cage. She throws that. Jamuna's blue, I don't want to see that. It reminds me of Krishna. Now, Krishna's now stuck. He's thinking, what can I do? Radharani's angry with me. He's not going to talk to me. She's not going to associate with me. This is horrible, so I have to do something. What should I do? Then he remembers, there is Rinda. Rinda is she is, of course, we know her also as Tulsi Maharani, but she is actually a gopi in the spiritual world known as Rindadev. And she assists Purnamasi in making arrangements for the Radha and Krishna's pastimes and the gopis' pastimes with Krishna. So she helps out. She knows the logic of how to bring Radha and Krishna together. So Krishna goes to Vrinda, I got a problem. Radharani is not talking to me. Oh, it's not so bad. Let's work out something. Yeah, Radharani's also, because of that, she's not happy either. But she's not changing at the same time. So maybe we can find out, all right, so you dress up as a gopi. And you put on a sari. And, gopi dots and little mendi here and there, And Krishna dressed up, and he looks really beautiful. One of the extra gopis that doesn't fit in, but anyway. So Krishna, he's so beautiful that he's even the most beautiful in the female category also. And so he goes where Radharani and her gopis are, and the gopis say, "Who's this girl? We never saw her before. She must be a new one." So, and she says, "Well, I'm an astrologer, and I heard that Radharani is not happy, so I came to read her astrology and give her some solutions to her suffering." Oh, okay. So they tell Radharani. Radharani says, "Bring her." He looks at her. She looks different. She looks like somebody I know. And Krishna is very good at hiding himself. So he said, yes, Srimati Radharani, I've come to help you overcome your suffering. So please let me read your feet. She extends her hand. She says, no, I want to read the lines on your feet, because he wants to hold her feet. That's Krishna. So he's looking, and you'll see there's a picture of that. And he said, yes, it's easy to understand what is the course of your suffering, and I also have the solution. Your suffering is because you have rejected Krishna, and the solution is you should bring Krishna back. Radharani said, what, this astrologer is bogus, get her out of here. And she starts getting angry again. And then Krishna, in the form of the astrologer, has to get out of there fast. And so he leaves, he goes back to Vrinda. It didn't work. What are we going to do? I have second plan. All right. All right, don't worry, there's many plans. So this time she said, you dress up as a sannyasi. And you get, put on a deer skin, and you have a danda, your kamandalu pot. And you go to Radharani, and you come, and you're begging, you're begging, bakshish. These swamis are supposed to be beggars, not in ISKCON. Prabhupada said to the grihastas, if you need any money, go to the sannyasis. It's still true today. So, yeah, but categorizing according to tradition, they're beggars. So she went, this astrologer went all dressed up Krishna. And the gopi said, oh, a sannyasi, we can get some blessings. Oh, yes, I've come. I've heard that Radharani is not feeling good. I'm going to give her some blessings and relieve her from her misery. Okay, and they bring her over to Radharani. Sees, oh, a nice sannyasi. One sannyasi, how can we serve you? What can we do? And they start offering him different things. He said, this is very nice, but I've came to give some advice. I know Radharani is suffering, and therefore I have the solution to her suffering. Sannyasis, they know everything. Don't believe that. Someone said to Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, you know everything. Prabhupada said, I'm not Krishna. But I know what I need to know. That's what he said, and that's how he answered that. So, yeah. So Radharani said, oh, okay, so give us a blessing. The blessing is, I want to relieve you of your suffering, therefore you invite Krishna back into your life. Can't refuse a sannyasi. Remember that. Well, you can scratch that from the tape. But anyway, Radharani says, what can we do? We have to agree with the sannyasis. So then Krishna's back in good standing again. So this is a nice pastime. That Radharani will get angry, and she'll exhibit different moods of her emotion towards Krishna. And it'll experience different things. When Krishna was leaving Vrindavan to go to Mathura, when Akrura came to bring Krishna out on the plea of killing Kamsa, the gopis were completely, my God, they were just thinking, Krishna's leaving? This is not possible. Krishna leaves Vrindavan, there's no meaning to Vrindavan. There's no meaning to anything. And but Krishna was determined to go, along with Balaram. And Akrura was there, and the gopis chastised Akrura. They said, Akrura, your name is Akrura. Now the word Akrura means kind, but they said, well, actually, your name is Krura, not Akrura. Your name is cruel. You're cruel. You're causing cruelty to everyone by taking Krishna outside of Vrindavan. And later on, you'll understand there's another pastime that happened later when Akrura was involved with some plot to get the Samantaka jewel. And the reason he did that, he acted against Krishna at that time, is because he was cursed by the gopis, because the gopis were angry at Akrura for taking Krishna out of Vrindavan. So he had to suffer that curse, although it was his service. It was an interesting pastime. But Radharani, when she saw Krishna leaving, she thought, it's not possible. And Lalita was there, along with the Vishaka, and they said, don't worry, Krishna's not leaving. It just looks like he's leaving. He's still here. You can go into the forest and you can find him there. So she went into the forest and she's searching around. And because she has so much love for Krishna, she sees Krishna everywhere, even when he's not apparently there. But she sees her in her own love and as expressed on the images that come into her mind. And she's thinking she's seeing Krishna. But after some time, she realized Krishna is gone. But Krishna, when he left Vrindavan, he said something. He said something really interesting. He said, I'll be back. I'll be back. And that statement gave everyone in Vrindavan the hope that Krishna would soon return. So every day, towards the evening time, Krishna would come in the evening time when he was in Vrindavan, and after playing with his friends and the cows, he would return for his supper. And so they would go, thinking that Krishna would be returning again at that time. And they would go to the edge of Vrindavan, and Krishna would never return. And this went on for so many years. And Radharani, she made a statement. She said, my dear Krishna, you are like a hunter, and you have some animals, and you've locked those animals in a house, and you set the house on fire, and the animals are suffering in the fire, but you've locked the door and they can't get out. I am suffering in this fire of separation from you, and I want to simply die, but I can't because you locked the door by saying, I'll be back. Because you said, I'll be back, I have to live. But I want to die because there's no reason to life without you. That's to illustrate how much of Radharani, how much Radharani has devotion to Krishna. And Radharani, she would cook for Krishna. Mother Yasoda had discovered that Radharani is a really good cook. Those of you who cook, you should know you're under the care of Srimati Radharani. She is in control of the kitchen that cooks for Krishna. So when we're in the kitchen working, we're working under the care of Srimati Radharani. We're following her guidance in preparing for Krishna's meals. So Yasoda, she was thinking, she cooks so nicely with such devotion. And Krishna also agreed. So she would leave every day Yadvat and come to Nandagram to cook for Krishna. But in her ecstasy, she would get lost trying to find the way to Nandagram, and she would go in the wrong way. So after some time, her gopi friends would accompany her to lead her, because she was always in ecstasy thinking she's going to cook for Krishna, and then she couldn't find her way to Nandagram. So after some time they led her there. She would go in with the kitchen with Mother Yasoda, and she would assist Mother Yasoda, and she would also cook. So one time she cooked, and Krishna would look into the kitchen. He would peek, he'd hide, nobody would see him. And every time he'd look just to see Radharani was cooking. And if she looked, she could sense that he was looking. She'd look over there and he'd hide. She'd never catch him. And Krishna was thinking, oh, she's cooking. And so he would be there waiting for breakfast. And he'd have some of his cowherd friends there and they'd be ready. So one time Radharani cooked this really nice special preparation for Krishna, just for him. She wanted only for him. So she made this preparation. It was a sweet, actually. And then eventually it was served to Krishna. And Krishna picked it up and he went, gave it to his cowherd friend. He made a big face like, this is terrible. And then when his cowherd friend, one of his cowherd boys, he took it and ate it. It's nice. It was really, really over the, it was the best he could possibly describe and taste. Krishna did that because he wanted to share it with his friends. And he knew that's the only way he could do it, is acting like it didn't taste good. Jai Sisi Radha Gokulananda Ki Jai. So there's so much we can say about Srimati Radharani. Today is my birthday. I was born on September 5th, 1973. I got initiated on Prabhupada's, by Srila Prabhupada on Radhashtami in 1973. So that was 49 years ago. So this day is very special to me. Thank you. Give me a chance to be with all of you to celebrate Radharani's appearance day today. It's really special for me on this day. So now there is another part to the class, which is which is related but unrelated. Everything in Krishna consciousness has that nature. And there is the Bhadra Seva, it's called. That is the distribution of Srimad Bhagavatam. And you'll have some display. Okay, wonderful. And so this is a very important project that's going on to distribute Srimad Bhagavatam to as many conditioned souls as possible. Jai Sisi Radha Gokulananda Ki Jai. So try to attentively watch this particular presentation because it's really fundamental to our whole process of Krishna consciousness. The importance of giving the mercy to the conditioned souls in the supreme form of mercy, which is Srimad Bhagavatam.
Radhanath Maharaj ki jai. So, Hare Krishna, dear devotees. Mataji, is it possible for someone to switch off the lights at the back just so that everybody can see the presentation here? Thank you. So, this year our Bhadra campaign has a theme every year. And this year our theme is called Save Earth Now. And the idea of saving the earth is trying to distribute this transcendental knowledge, especially in the form of Srimad Bhagavatam. So I want to just share with all of you the progress we have made over the few years and what we are hoping to do in the next few years. So we'll have a look at, just very quickly, we'll go through some of the slides and then we have a video from His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj. So probably if you can turn the slides for me. So this is our last few years' progress across the world, working together in this campaign, where we started in 2018. We distributed around 7,000 sets, similar number in 2019. And then the pandemic hit, and then everybody said, I think we need to really slow down on the book distribution. But obviously, devotees are opportunists like Srila Prabhupada, and we took the advantage of the COVID, and look what happened during the 2 years of COVID. We distributed 25,000 Bhagavatam sets in 2020, and about 35,000 in 2021. And now we are working across the globe. We have teams in each continent which are working together. And we are looking to distribute at least 100,000 Bhagavatam set by 2026, which is about 23% increase every year actually. Although Srila Prabhupada said double it, but we are taking it a little bit slow, understanding it's Bhagavatam and it may not be that easy, but we are trying to do at least 100,000 by 2026. This year, our goal is to distribute 43,000 set across the world. Now, Srila Prabhupada says in the preface of the Canto 1 of the Srimad Bhagavatam that this Srimad Bhagavatam is to bring about the revolution in the world's misdirected civilization. So much is happening in the world. The bills are rising in October. So many people are dying. There are wars. There are so many things. But Bhagavatam has a real solution for all the problems, actually. So this is the 23% increase we talked about, which we are looking to do every year. And for Bhaktivedanta Manor, especially, we are looking to distribute 600 sets of Bhagavatam this year. Now only 5 days are left for Bhadra Purnima. It's on 10th of September, that golden day, where it is said in the Bhagavatam that if on this day, if you gift a Bhagavatam to someone by putting it on a golden throne, just by gifting it, you attain spiritual transcendental destination. This is a benediction given in Srimad Bhagavatam. And these are the maps across the world now from some pledges, like how every continent and country is coming to this effort across the world, so much so that it's on ISKCON calendar now. So you see Australia is I've got 300. You can keep flicking, Prabhu. Thank you so much. Fiji, which wasn't on the map until last year, is looking to distribute 26 Bhagavatam sets. We have Far East, which is looking to do 5,256 Bhagavatam sets. And then Europe, we are looking to do 1,689 Bhagavatam sets, of which Bhaktivedanta Manor is taking the highest toll of 600 in Bhagavatam sets. And I'm happy to share we have reached halfway. So I do not know how we will get there in the next 5 days, unless each one of you sitting here, completely depending on the mercy of Srila Prabhupada and Srimati Radharani, goes out today on the Rath Yatra and at least meet 3 people and tell them about Bhagavatam, then I think it's possible. It's only 300 sets. There will be 1,000 devotees in Rath Yatra today. So anything is possible. In the last year, we distributed 170 Bhagavatam sets in the last 7 days leading up to Bhadra Purnima. So with that speed, we are hopeful, like Srila Prabhupada was always, that somehow or other the mercy would descend and we will get there. But we need all of your support. And now we will hear a message from His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj. India is looking to do 30,000 Bhagavatam sets, by the way. They're really big. It's the last slide, Keshav Prabhu. It's there on the PowerPoint. It's there on the PowerPoint. So while we just bringing that up, so Maharaj obviously is going to be here with us soon. And there is also a yagya in Mayapur, which on the 10th of September on Bhadra Purnima, where all the names of the devotees and the people who are taking Bhagavatam will be chanted on that day. Okay, we can play, Prabhu. Thank you. Can you just check the volume? Prabhu, can you have a look at the volume for me from that side?
The volume's already up on the laptop.
Just increase the volume, Prabhu. It's coming from here for some reason. Can you plug it out and put it in? Just give us a minute. All right, we'll see if we can. Is it on there?
Yeah, it's all turned up.
Okay. Yeah, speakers, headphone. I think that's the one, Keshav. Play.
Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swamin Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschata Desha Dharane Vansha Kalpatrupyas Chakripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patithanam Bhavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Shiva Sri Gaura Bhaktivedanta. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I am very grateful to all the assembled devotees today, especially to His Grace Vaisheshika Prabhu, who has so kindly included me in this Sangam. The Bhadra Purnima campaign for distributing sets of Srimad Bhagavatam is a most blessed opportunity for our communities to come together for a purpose that is so deeply pleasing to our Srila Prabhupada and Acharyas. It is an opportunity to each one of us on a personal level and as families to gain such blessings and make so much spiritual progress by performing the highest service. And it is a wonderful opportunity for the whole world. The material world is a place of suffering, and many of us are seeing this especially today. The setting of the Srimad Bhagavatam from the very beginning is Parikshit Maharaj, who was cursed to die in 7 days. He was the king, in fact, the emperor of the entire planet. He could have done anything and everything in those 7 days, but he chose to exclusively absorb his entire body, mind, words, and consciousness in hearing the Srimad Bhagavatam. Our beloved founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada, when he embarked upon the mission of his Guru Maharaj, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, to take the message of Lord Chaitanya all over the world, he prepared by writing translation and purports to the Srimad Bhagavatam. When the first canto was complete, that's when his journey of compassion began. Srila Prabhupada, in his introduction to Srimad Bhagavatam, he gives a life sketch of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Why? Because Lord Chaitanya is the personification of the Srimad Bhagavatam. His life and teachings were a manifestation of the essence of Srimad Bhagavatam. Therefore, the Sankirtan movement is non-different than Srimad Bhagavatam, the crest jewel, the cream of all Vedic literatures. This is what Srila Prabhupada has given to us. This is what every one of our great acharyas in the Gaudiya Sampradaya has given to the world. All of the different sampradayas have given commentaries on Vedanta Sutra. But of the followers of Lord Chaitanya, knowing that Srimad Bhagavatam is Vyasadev's own commentary of his own work, the Brahma Sutra, they would write commentaries on Srimad Bhagavatam. We cannot calculate the blessing that we can give to the world and the blessings that we can receive ourselves through the distribution of Srimad Bhagavatam. And at this time of the year, the Bhadra Purnima book distribution campaign, we are being especially encouraged and empowered to bring entire sets of Srimad Bhagavatam to people's homes. And we have seen in ISKCON Silicon Valley, in London, throughout America, Australia, Africa, India, Russia, everywhere in the world, how eager people are to receive the Srimad Bhagavatam in entire sets. With all my heart, I request everyone, please, let us individually and as communities take very seriously this opportunity to share the very heart of Srila Prabhupada's compassion with the world in the form of Srimad Bhagavatam. I'm especially grateful to the devotees at ISV, ISKCON Silicon Valley. And the aim this year is 2,500 Srimad Bhagavatam sets. And please, together, let us make this beautiful offering. To all the devotees, wonderful devotees in the UK and in Europe, let us come together to take this very, very special opportunity to flood the areas where we live and all around with this oceanic mercy that Srila Prabhupada has given us. When Srila Prabhupada sailed across the ocean, actually, I'm speaking on August 14th, and it was August 13th that Srila Prabhupada boarded the Jaladuta. And it was just around this time in Cochin that the boxes of Srimad Bhagavatam boarded Jaladuta. Srila Prabhupada crossed over several oceans and continents, carrying with him an ocean infinitely greater than any of the oceans in this world. The Karuna Sindhu, the ocean of Krishna's mercy in the form of Srimad Bhagavatam. Thank you very much. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna.
So here is a great opportunity for us today and over the next 5 days. There are a couple of ways on how the devotees can involve, actually many ways. One of the ways is that you can gift a Bhagavatam set to someone. It's only 175 pounds and 199 with a beautiful golden throne. And even if it is somebody new, this question was asked to His Holiness S.P. Keshav Maharaj a few days ago, that we are distributing Bhagavatam even to new people. And Maharaj said the Bhagavatam in itself has a presence actually in the home. When somebody puts 18 books in the home, they will do something to move in their spiritual life. That's a fact actually, and we have seen it in many lives. And the other side is, who are we to decide whether somebody is ready for Bhagavatam or not actually? Because Lord Nityananda himself did not decide that. So let's reach out to the people and give what is needed in the world right now, which is Srimad Bhagavatam. The second way is, you see some pictures of a project called Gram Vidyadan. This is a worldwide collaboration. We are working with many villages across India. Last year, all the devotees who sponsored the Bhagavatam, this is where your Bhagavatams went into the villages of the people. And we have received many testimonies from the villages in their local language that how people's life has changed by having Srimad Bhagavatam. And that is just for 99 pounds. You can send. We have now a list of colleges and schools where the preaching is going on, but they can't afford Bhagavatam. So that's 99 pounds. So if I could just request the devotees to take one flyer and pass it on across. The link is mentioned in the flyer. Even 2 devotees together can sponsor one set of the Bhagavatam, and we will send it to one of the villages in India in one of the schools and colleges. And what better day than Radhashtami actually. So here are some of the pictures of where it went last year and what it did to the villages across the world. So in conclusion, I just want to say that today at Trafalgar Square, we have 2 of these stalls. So if anyone you speak to during the Rath Yatra, even the devotees, ask the question, you'll be surprised. Still some devotees do not have a full set of the Bhagavatam in their houses. So ask the question, bring them to our stall, and we'll happily give them a Bhagavatam, or we will deliver it to their home in the next 5 days. For new people, we are providing a course through School of Bhakti. If they are new to Bhagavatam, so we can invite them for a workshop journey, and then introduce them to other books of Srila Prabhupada, including Bhagavad Gita, to try and close that whole circle so the people are cultivated. So now I don't want to hold on. The next program we have is the Abhishek of the Lordships, but I pray Srila Prabhupada and Srimati Radharani in the presence of His Holiness Chandramauli Maharaj and senior Vaishnavas here that if you so desire, Srila Prabhupada, please kindly help us to meet our goal of distributing 600 Bhagavatam sets, because we know how dear this work is and how hard you have worked just sleeping for a few hours and trying to distribute this literature. Even yourself, when you boarded the Jaladuta, you gave once the 3 volumes to the captain of the ship, actually, and how enthusiastic you were about this service. So we beg at your lotus feet, please empower us on this most auspicious day of Janmashtami and Radhashtami and Rath Yatra, that we are able to not only meet but smash your goal with the help of all the devotees. Thank you for considering our request, Srila Prabhupada. Those of you who agree with this prayer, either in the part or whole, please chant Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna. Thank you, everybody. Vancha kalpataru vaishya kripa sindhu vevacha patita pavnebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namah.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, please be seated in your spots. The ladies on the other side, men on this side, we're going to start the Abhishek. If you would like to do the Abhishek, only second initiated devotees who are altar clean, please queue up, and Prabhupada disciples do get priority, so please come right to the front over there. Please no one enter the Pujari room. Please wait outside. Hare Krishna. Thank you.
Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Yes, sir. That's Mike. That's cool. Right?
Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Haribo Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare
गोकुल तारुणी मंदल महिते गोकुल तारुणी मंदल महिते राधे जय जय माधव दहिते दामोदर राती वर्धन वेशे हरिणी स्फुट वृंदा राधे जय जय माधव दहिते राधे जय जय माधव दहिते वृषभनु नव शशिले के लालिता सखी गुण रामिता विशाखे नव शशिले के वृषभनु दादी नव शशिले के लालिता सखी गुण रमिता विशाखे राधे जय जय माधव दहिते राधे जय जय माधव दहिते करुणं कुरु महि करुणावरीते शानका सनातन वरिताचरीते कुरु महि करुणावरीते करुणं कुरु मयि करुणावरीते शानका सनातन वरिताचरीते राधे जय जय माधव दहिते मंडल महिते गोकुल तारुणी मंडल महिते गोकुल तारुणी मंडल महिते बोलो राधे जय जय माधव दहिते राधे जय जय माधव दहिते राधे जय जय माधव दहिते
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna,
Shri Radhe Sham, Jai Jai Shri Vrindavan Dham, Radha Gokula Nanda Ki, Lakshman, Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman Ki, Shri Gaurnitaya Ki, Shri Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Ki, Shri Prabhupada Ki. Hare Krishna.
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Oh yeah, hang on. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna.
Yeah, we have, because it was Sunday, we have seva, so dressing in the evening.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
I had a good time, yeah. I'm telling you, that's what's going on. Yeah. Yeah. No, I wanted to come because exactly. And then okay. No. Yeah, we just come back from there. Then they've got service in the evening. We've got service in the evening. So let's just enjoy that. Because I got they offer the gifts and everything to them. Because normally it's not on the same day. July, we normally have July, but the government or council only gave us this day. Only gave us this. After COVID, no, some people have control. It's the day that they were getting so hot temperatures. Yesterday. Actually, it would have been better if we did yesterday. We could have gone, and then we could have gone back. So for us, we've been here this morning. Yeah, it's a 9 o'clock. They did it early today. For 9:30. Coming here this morning, then going back here, then we'll come back for service. Too much. Too much. Well, we didn't go. Then we didn't go. They were just going to stay and enjoy Radhashtami today. Yeah. And then do some chanting, then go home, then shower, then come back. Did they need to go home or something? Oh, bag book like oh, again, bag book like back it out. This thing is a thing festival. Yeah, okay. Let's see what he says. Actually, it was Sunday, service on the because we a lot of people cancel at last minute. Give it 5 minutes. Too much talking. And they should be wearing it out, she said.
in his appreciation of Lord Nityananda and Lord Bhadra. He says that these two personalities are very merciful incarnations of Paramakoro. Highest mercy. Oho Dvijana. Dvijana means two personalities. And their names are Nitai and Go. Nitai, Go. So they are the best of all incarnations. That we are transmitted by Rupa Goswami. Because Krishna, when he came, he preached only that he is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, but he did not give him. He was not so much. But in his incarnation as Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he gave Krishna. That is therefore Chaitanya Mahaprabhu addressed by Rupa Goswami, Namo Mahavadana, the most meek and the poor is giving. Parama Parama Pahubhi, Abhi Avatar, Kevala Ananda Kanda. And in this incarnation, there is no miserable quantity. He is delivering everyone simply in transcendental bliss, chanting and dancing and giving prasad. In other incarnation, that he takes soul and this begins to deliver the demons. In this avatar, he is delivering all the demons simply by Ananda, transcendental. Kevala Ananda Kanda. Therefore, Radhanath Thakur advises, Bhajo Bhajo Bhai Chaitanya. You simply worship God Chaitanya. Sudhila Vishak, with all faith, and your life will Bhajo Bhajo Bhai Chaitanya. Sudhila Vishak. With all faith. Oh, I have taken center of Nityananda and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, my life is now. That's it. But one thing you have to do, Vishaya Charya Serasya. You have to take shelter of Nityananda Prabhu and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu without any material detail. Then it will not be very good. Vishaya Charya Sera Mukhivala, and the means and the process is simply chanting Hare Krishna. You take shelter of Gaur Nityananda and chant Hare Krishna mantra, your life. That is so nice. Vishaya Charya, don't desire any material in life. Vishaya Charya says simply chant Hare Krishna, take it. देखो देखो भाई तुम माने ना now just compare Lord Nityananda and Chaitanya, these incarnations. You cannot have throughout the three worlds such merciful preacher or deliverer of the fallen soul. देखो देखो भाई तुम माने ना नामोनो दयालो दाता. Not only merciful, but the greatest dispenser of charity. And he's so merciful, what to speak of human beings. Even gods and beasts who hear about his Sankirtan movement, they also become mentioned. The hardest demon. The example is Jagai Madai. There are many demons. They became like that. Suni Jaro Gunodata. Simply by hearing the activities of Lord. that I cannot remember Nityananda Prabhu and Chaitanya Maharaj. Vishaya Bhuliya, Vishaya Mojiya Rohili Bhuliya. Being engaged only in sense gratification, I have forgotten Chaitanya Maharaj. So he is so munificent, he is so multiple, still I cannot take the advantage of him. So Radhanath Thakur lament on our behalf. Apano karana punjaya. I am so misdoer, miscreant, that I am forced to suffer the action of my miscreant activity. But apano karana punjaya sama, Yamaraj sama, is forcing for this statement of Manasa Deha Deha. This is a song sung by Bhaktivedanta Thakur. Is teaching the process of full surrender. Manasa Deho Deho Jo Kichu Mono. First of all, he is surrendering the mind, because mind is the origin of all kinds of speculation. And surrendering, rendering devotion and service means first controlling the mind. Therefore he says manasa means mind, then deha, senses. Sorry, deha means body. Body means senses. If we surrender the mind unto the lotus feet of Krishna, then automatically the senses also become surrendered. Then my home, deha, geha, geha means home. Jo kichu, our all possessions are comprising these three things: mind, body, and our home. Thakur proposes to surrender everything. For feeling Dvapade Nanda Kishore. Nanda Kishore is Krishna. So I am surrendering my mind, my body, my home unto you. Now, Nandapade, Vipade, Jivane. Either I am in happiness or I am in distress. Either I am living condition or I am dead. Now I am relieved. I am feeling relieved because I have surrendered everything. Now it is up to you whether you like to keep me or you want to kill me. That depends on you. We have got every right to do whatever you think right and relation with yourself and your eternal self. People so desire, because a devotee goes back to home, back to God. Therefore, Bhaktivedanta Thakur proposes, if you like that I shall again take birth, it doesn't matter. Up to the journey, that's only request is, if I have to take my birth, please kindly give me the chance of taking my birth in a devotee's house. I don't mind if I am born as an insect, but I must be in the house of a devotee. I do not like non-devotee life, even I am born as a Lord Brahma. I want to remain with the devotee. I want such devotee who doesn't care for material happiness or spiritual liberation. I simply desire to be associated with such pure devotee. Janaka Janani You are my father, you are my brother, you are my daughter, you are my son, you are my Lord, you are my spiritual master, you are my husband, everything. You are. My Lord, Radhanath, Krishna, you are the lover of Radharani, but you are my life and soul. I live in Chintamani
So one day I will just see the brothers. Will be Manas this time. In the mind. So when we distribute all those Radhashtami cakes, Maha. Oh, depend on him. Are you going to your theatre? Are you going to your theatre?
रथयात्रा तो एकादशी एक्सप्रेस रथयात्रा हरे कृष्णा जय जगन्नाथ
Kalpa